So, good morning, everyone. So, who do we have here? We already had some on YouTube. Friday. Creditor, good morning. Gerike, moin. Nexus, moin. Stephanie, moin. Over on Twitch. Slice of Bread, good morning. Tonnestrahl, morning. Freya. Tonnestrahl also with a 3 stream streak. Yuri, Bam, good morning. Moin Shaman. Moin Cup. Tianyi, good morning. I'm already annoyed because apparently iRacing took out my controls. Give me just a sec. As long as you don't suddenly start turning in. I don't know. It's just random. Like for some people it's there a long time, for other people not. Why do I have to calibrate this again? Stupid. Ah, wait. Ta! There we go. It was just the steering wheel that was somehow not on anymore. Let's make it better than yesterday. Morning, Ryan. Oh, yeah, the Ferrari already feels so much more alive than the Aston. Like you can actually feel the car, and it's not just a stiff brick. There is a reason, yeah. It's just faster, it's better. But Yuri, I saw you driving yesterday. Take some of those corners so fast. Like maybe that just looked like because of your FOV, but it looked insane to me. How you can take some of those corners. Yo, Vicity. Moin Dösel. I also saw third gear here. Not sure if I get the acceleration that I want with the third gear. Yeah, maybe I'm just too slow. Second somehow felt better. I think they're really good. But what difference does it make if they're mounted to the aluminum directly or to a base plate? Basically the same thing. Yeah. That's what I've been doing yesterday all day. Every single apex I stopped for a coffee. Yeah, good morning, Gabriel. Don't we all love it? Morgen, Mario. No slipping, no nothing. I usually don't like heel rests, simply because it makes my heel feel too far away from the pedal itself. I like to have my heel directly onto the pedal. Moin Timothy. Hey Xander. Twitch stream name? No, it's always different. Like I set the name every single time I start the stream. It's always a different name. Or is it bugged and it actually takes the same name all the time? What is the stream title right now on Twitch? This last corner. Ah yeah, well then it's not the same all the time, then it's changing. Or actually how I want to change it. It's a special event this weekend, so that's why a lot of people are racing IMSA at Road America. And people usually like Road America. I don't know why, but yeah, people somehow like the track. Oh, nice lag. Just before turning in. Ah, the message. Yeah, that's always the same. At first oversteer, that goes into understeer. Nice. Why no like Watkins? Should I give you like a scientific answer to that, or that I just don't like it? Gravel. No, I use rather, in my opinion, high for feedback now. Not as low anymore as I used to. Nah, at the moment I would say I'm using, for the Ferrari, I'm using at around maybe like 12-ish Newton meters. Turn! Ist anders hier in der Turn 1. I'll probably drive Barcelona next week, yeah. You wanna use all of your Newton meters? Well, I hope you don't have too many, because using all 20 is kinda uncomfortable. Well, my base has 20 Newton meters, so I guess that would be the max, but I never reach 20 Newton meters. Maybe in peak, when I go over curbs or so, or bumps, then maybe I reach 15. There is a way to make the curbs less harsh, yeah. You use non-linearity. Either in iRacing or on DRS, there's also a setting for non-linearity. And that makes those very harsh bumps a bit easier on your force feedback. I used to use it, I'm not using it right now anymore. But I've been playing with it, I'm not quite sure if I want it or not. Yeah. Lovely. Felt weird. You just have to turn down the force feedback afterwards, because all of your low force feedback frequencies, they're gonna be much higher than, so they're gonna be amplified, the lower end details. So you need to put your force feedback in general a bit more down, but then obviously you do not feel this like big difference between bumps and stuff anymore, which I think on iRacing is actually quite important to feel. So that's why I use the linearity or the non-linearity. I don't use it anymore, since I think for the force feedback and for cornering and stuff, it's quite important to have these little bumps in there that kind of guide your force feedback. In every other game, I would turn that off, because you do not want to really react to those bumps too much, but on iRacing, the force feedback really somehow helps you. Getting wet quite fast here all the time at Road America when it starts raining. No, it's go fast overlay. It's just a gamble if it's gonna be raining or not. We will see. David, das musst du selber herausfinden. Da kann dir niemand irgendwas sagen, weil dein Körper ist anders, du sitzt anders, du hast ein anderes Rig als jeder andere, der dir einen Tipp gibt. Das musst du komplett selber herausfinden, was für dich am angenehmsten ist. Es gibt auch keine Regel. Du musst einfach was finden, was für dich angenehm ist und wo du am besten bremsen kannst. So please, no rain, because I actually want to practice a little bit in the race. Just spare me with the rain, please. Okay, wait. I can just check the stream streaks now. Stephanie with a 20 stream streak. That's insane. That's like what? Probably like 2 months? Holy. Where can you see that? Usually when you watch someone, then it will be displayed in chat, like similar to when you subscribe to someone, where it says, hey, it's your 3rd month. It also happens with the stream streaks. Maybe you don't have one. Maybe you just don't watch me enough. Or do you mean where you can see on your own channel? Leaderboard. I don't know if that exists. But you basically get it into the notification, into the activity feed, where also your followers and everything show up. There's also the stream streaks. But the people have to share it. Similar, also works the same way like subs. People have to share the sub, and then it only shows up. You never said why you don't like Watkins? Because I just don't like it. I don't know if there's always like a why behind it. I just don't like it. I just don't like the corners. There's not a single corner in Watkins that I think is fun. Who are the top drivers in GT3? Yuri. Yuri is the one and only top driver. Try the VRS wheelbase settings using bypass instead of prediction. Does it feel rough to you? I can feel every single step in the proceeding. Is it normal? That shouldn't be normal, no. Maybe you have to use some more slew rate. That's what I have quite high, I believe. Finally. Let's pray to the weather god that we have a good and sunny track. Now, Yuri would take my job if he also starts dominating in Porsche Cup. Then I can pack up and leave. I don't know how you never got Urush right. Like, that's so easy. But yeah, it's all about just the right turn. And when you come from GT3 all the time with immediate downforce at the front, then it's a bit tough, I guess. Well, that sounds like a good offer that Yuri should try and take. But you have to sub tier 3. Needs to be a tier 3 sub. Nice. We got a sunny race. No rain. Is this like almost the only GT3 field? I'll try to slow him down then. We have to pick a track where I can immediately overtake at start with draft. And then I slow him down for Yuri. Then you need to give a lifetime sub. Don't say that, Yuri. Last time everyone got mad at me when I said that. Yeah, but back then Haley was not on the level he is right now. He improved quite a lot from back then to now. So first time for me in the quali set for the Ferrari. Wanted to try the same warm-up technique as Yuri yesterday, but I think it's a lot harder than it looks. Park it at the apex. So much more grip available. The hardest thing to learn was that iRating is not that serious. Took me the longest. Dear diary.
There's the flag. It's over.
Yuri is always toxic, don't worry about it. Well, look at the difference of my laps. It was also quite a lot now. You will always have such a difference in the qualifying. Ferrari versus Lambo. Is someone in the Lambo? Man, I would love to drive the Lambo, but Yuri doesn't let me. Or he lets me, but then we don't race the 6 hours on the weekend. So far, I am not enjoying IMSA at all, no. So far, like yesterday, I hated it again, but mostly due to my own mistakes. Coming from being fast on LMU to being ass on iRacing is so tragic. Yeah, I have the same thing though. Every time I come from a different sim back to iRacing, I feel so slow. I don't only feel slow, I am slow. It just takes a lot of time to get used to iRacing. Watch out with P9. Well, P9 is hopefully too far away for me to reach anyways. You're first in GTP. Well, good luck, Patrick. Why do you like pickup more than IMSA? Just one car. Everyone in the same car. You don't have to decide on stupid BUP. the car is so much nicer to drive, and kind of the racing is much better in that. Everything is just better in pickup. And no multi-class.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the right side. Closed. Pit road is closed. The estimated strength of field is 3,345.
Exactly. Oh yeah. No refueling, no fuel saving during the race, no boring ass lifting. You're just going flat out in the Porsche Cup. But honestly, in these races, you kind of also just go flat out. At least I have to. Don't be slow. I tried the hypercars and I thought about it, but takes me probably like years to get quick with it. They also drive quite strange though, those hypercars. Like there's no grip somehow with those cars. You expect them to have aero grip, but they just don't. When I go flat out in a pickup at Watkins, I run out of fuel though. Have you thought about putting more fuel into the car? How much is the track racer that you're looking at right now? Ah, well then you have to... Okay, yeah, that's a bit tough on iRacing. It's a bit harder to know. You have to then put the ride height up in the car. Like you have to put the car higher. Because obviously when you put fuel in the car, your car is gonna get heavier and it weighs down. So you need to put the suspension up again. Usually it's just one click at the front with the spring perch offset. So if you go to the spring perch offset and you click the left side of that, then the car goes a bit higher at the front, so it should outweigh the weight of the fuel again. 700 also, like 450 euros. Don't you get like a decent SimLab rig with that already? Like the lower end of SimLab? Because those are just, not only because I'm partnered, but those are the best rigs that also everyone just uses. I think most people that have a good rig at home, they use SimLab. Moin Osk. Good. We're finally dominating in IMSA. We're dominating a 3K grid though. So let's see the next race. I think a lot of more good people are in, so it counts then. It's hard to get SimLab in Australia. Okay. No one wants to line up?
There's an incident behind.
Hello?
Get ready, going green.
Honestly, very much the same. Like nowadays, all of the pedals feel quite the same. So, in my opinion, you can't do anything right or wrong anymore. Like they're all very good. It's just about how they are really. The SimLabs are very nice to customize. That's a big plus for the SimLabs. The RS before were absolutely horrible to customize, and there was not really any customization option anyways. Just hard or soft spring, and that's it. And to change those, pain in the ass. Osk is here very often. He's a regular viewer. Yeah, DTM is today, right? Honestly, not sure. Not sure if I have enough motivation to do DTM today. Maybe I do it, but not the evening race, just the 12 PM race then. Yeah, I think, I don't know, for IMSA it kind of makes sense to have this refueling process and everything. But for GT Sprint, for example, I feel like there shouldn't be any fueling. It should just be a tire change. That would be sick. But I think for IMSA it makes sense to have this kind of endurance factor in it with fuel saving and refueling. But GT Sprint should definitely just have a tire change in the middle of the race. But no refueling and no fuel saving. Okay, that Merc means business. Yep, there's a new bob that came out yesterday afternoon. The only thing that seriously changed is the Aston, which they completely destroyed. Everything else stayed rather the same. McLaren should still be fine, yeah. Maybe not the very fastest, but should be fine. I think the Lambo, I don't know, no one has tried the Lambo yet, but I think the Lambo could probably be fine. I think it could actually be quite fast. I would love to try it, but yeah. Yuri is not a fan. Gravel. Always in the worst corners you got the gravel. Nah, Yuri, that means if I tried the Lambo, that means I would actually have to do some setup work. I mean, maybe the Spa setup would work, but I don't know. I'm just gonna stick to the Ferrari now. Doesn't make sense to change too much. I just gotta improve my driving. But do you feel worse today, or what's going on? This gravel, man. Yuri, pack up your gravel, please. Won't drive 2 hours straight. I mean, you don't have to drive 2 hours. We can just change after 1 hour every time. But yeah, I guess we will see. If it's not happening, then I don't know. I wouldn't be too unhappy about it, you know. Weekend of spending the weekend outside of the rig is not too bad anyways. Yeah, but the McLaren had the same one before already. The McLaren only got minus power. Same with the Ferrari. Well, what is that question? What I prefer? What do you see me wearing right now? Ah, true. I think it got what, like 3 kilograms? That is true. I forgot about it. No, I made this pedal cam just for you guys and you don't even see it. Bro, when is that gravel disappearing, man? Look, that Mercedes didn't have it anymore. For the Mercedes, the gravel was gone. I think the BMW is good for the 6 hours. Maybe not the very best for the IMSA sprints. Hello? Your Viper car. Can be faster through the corners. Moin Jupp. Hey, the gravel is finally gone. Took long enough. Oh no, I'll get a nasty dive bomb. I didn't want it to turn in. The BMW was nice, but I thought he would just dive in with the other car. What's my guy doing? Overtake, bro. Wait, you really can't download tracks without buying them? I thought you can download anything and everything in iRacing and then test everything as well. But I might be wrong. No? Okay. Why would they do that? Why can you test every single car but not every single track? Oh, gravel. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna delete my graphics graphics engine file, and I'll set it up new. I'm the only idiot with gravel all the time. This gravel also has been here since 5 years.
Fueling up now should get us to the finish.
He did not have the gravel, or maybe just a line that worked. No idea. Okay, visually it was still there, but physically it was not anymore, I believe. This Merc behind me probably saved a ton of fuel already. So he's gonna jump me at the pits. My best track should be Spa because I just have done the most laps there. The Ferrari needs significantly less fuel compared to the Aston. So, Zach, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Hope you had a good stream.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Okay, save the bunch. Warum Kitkun? Ich benutze Moza seit 6 Monaten schon gar nicht mehr. Ich hatte VHS und jetzt SimLab. No, first off track. Ich nutze Schuhe seit 2023. That was a good exit by him. P5 feels way, way better than the Aston. The Aston was just too stiff. This car at least feels alive, but I still have a bit too much understeer in my opinion. Like I get a little bit of snap oversteer at the entry and then it goes into understeer in mid-corner, which I don't like. My neck motion is at 0.
Keep it up. We're in a great spot.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fight until the end, because I don't seem to get a single lap together. No. Okay, outside was better here. Cleanest fight ever seen in IMSA. Oh no. Guy got nervous. Oh, that Mercedes got so unlucky. Oh no. Oh my god. It was such a hill race and everything has to go down in the last 2 laps. The GTPs are very patient in this race. But Konrad got so insanely unlucky. So is it white flag? Yeah. Because that's the whole point of multi-class, that you have multiple cars on track from different classes.
Car on your left. Clear. One lap of fuel left. Go left.
I wouldn't say right now that the Ferrari is the best. I think the Ferrari is one of the best cars to fight or drive with, but I wouldn't call it the best car yet. Exactly. Easy top 5. Next race, I'm gonna be P10 again. What do I think is top 3? It's hard to say. I think the Porsche is actually up there, because Mehmet has been really fast in the Porsche all the time. You just need the right setup for it. Ferrari is good. The Beamer is going to be good for the 6 hours, I believe. The Mercedes maybe as well, but that's different. But I do want to try the Lambo now. Just gonna see how it feels. Hey Conrad, yeah, good race. That battling was fun, to be honest. It was good battling. It was the best battle I've ever had in an IMSA race. Because I never had a battle in an IMSA race. But no, it was fair. You just got insanely unlucky in the end. Hey, we got some safety rating at least. Now you can change one side of the car. Changing one side of the car is fine, but not all of the tires. Sorry to interrupt your battle. That's what happens in multiclass. What was the solution to the gravel problem yesterday? There is no solution. The only thing I could try is just to make a new graphics engine, graphics setting. Wait, fuel. Okay, fuel's fine. Ah, wait, I need to put the bob, of course. Bop. Let's see, what was it? I think no power reduction in 3 kilograms or so. Lambo, 3 kilograms, yeah. DTM later. Kind of wanna do it at least, but I'm not sure. Holy understeer. Holy oversteer. We try again. What I can squeeze out of the Merc. Yeah, just probably need a good setup for it.
Loopy_LRP subscribed.
Loopy, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it, thank you very much. Okay. Car doesn't brake, car doesn't turn. No, I'm trying, Johan. I want the Lambo to be good. I think I need to put the wing one higher though. Nah, I didn't coach him, but we just had a nice conversation. The car doesn't car. True. Somehow it feels like it doesn't have brakes compared to the Ferrari. Or I just need different cylinder settings. Yeah, he's like that on stream, but in real life he's completely different. Nope, that's not necessary. Okay, the car is understeer. And doesn't brake. I don't know. I'm gonna stick to Ferrari. Let's not do too many changes. Johan, are you doing DTM? What would be the best car in DTM? You're doing it. Which car are you doing? Are you driving with? Ferrari as well? Aston Ferrari or Macca. Then I might as well try the Ferrari a bit. Yeah, let's go to some practice laps, see how it feels. Maybe if it's fun to drive, then I might do the race. Yeah, we drove it in DTM Esports last weekend. The driving part is a lot of fun, but you can just, there's nothing, like you can't fight on this track at all. No battling, it's just one train. Which position am I? I didn't do the last race. Standings. Wait, I'm still 5th with 1 week less. So, yeah, but there's a lot of people who didn't do the last event, who haven't done the last event. What are these loading times? Hello? Is there a weather setting on iRacing that doesn't look like death and despair? Like, can we just have sun or something like that? Like, what is that? Why do we always have to be depressed driving iRacing? Kira. Johan, send setup. Send doc. So. Let's see how this drives. Morning, Vitesse. Oh, need to put the force feedback down.
You cut the cord, you've got to slow down and give up that time.
Ah, you can't cut the red thing there. Okay, on race room you can carry a lot more speed, but I mean I still have cold tires.
Give up the time game.
Okay. Okay, race room, braking markers, and everything doesn't work.
Car 93, just set the fastest lap. 22.53. Out that corner and got a slow down penalty.
It's gonna be more difficult than I thought. So let's see when the tires are waking up. Oh my god. Okay, I thought I would have a head start from doing DTM esports at Oschersleben on race room, but nah, it's not working out at all. So let's not die turn one. Oh, it's so snappy. But I also have to be on the brakes way earlier. Not a pro sim racer right now. This is difficult, actually. That's a tough track on iRacing. I mean, it was also a tough track on race room. It's a tough track in general. Very technical. What is this corner?
Illuminati_subscribed.
Illuminati, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, turn 1 is hyper sketchy. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, too aggressive on throttle. Dang it. But yeah, when you practice this track, there's so much time you can get. So if Johan practiced a bit here, then he's gonna be flying. That's so unfair when someone takes away that bollard. You don't see the off track anymore. This could be the best. Would this be a good track to make it? I don't know, IMSA, I guess, or so, without a pit stop. Just saving tons of fuel. I feel like on this track you could save like so much fuel that you do not need to pit. What? Where was that a slowdown? That's a good stream idea, Yuri, and you can pull it off easily. I think on race room the best race time was at 20.2. To pass here? No, impossible to pass here. Literally absolutely impossible. So, are we gonna do IMSA into DTM? Or do we do more practice for DTM? Not sure what to do, because if I do IMSA now, then I have absolutely zero practice for DTM. Or do a bit of DTM prac. Not do the IMSA, and then have a nice DTM race. IMSA into DTM, IMSA, guess to DTM prac, IMSA into DTM. Huh. DTM prac, IMSA my vote, DTM. Practice is for people without talent, so that's me. You're talking to me. It's called iRacing, not iPracticing. Quite 50-50. Quite 50-50 if you ask me. You know what you're gonna do? Wait, let me check. We are gonna do I tested, test the start, and then we do DTM. Because I wanted to test the start here. Let's go with the GT3, of course. Peek up into DTM. Now we do I tested now. See how the start works, because I haven't seen it anywhere, to be honest, yet. And then we do DTM prac. Let's enjoy it a little bit more and not go for 5 million IMSA races. We can do IMSA later. No, it's not. It's only a safety rating. It's not I rating. How long are the races even? When you're on pole, go and throttle on green flag. Otherwise, you will get a black flag. I mean, aren't you supposed to go on green? Why would I wait after green? "30 minutes pit required for fuel." I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, of course I have to wait for the green light. That's the whole point of it. And that is the whole point of the new system. Normally everyone goes whenever the safety car is going. That's now impossible. Of course, that is the whole point of what this is all about. Yeah, I know before, but that's why we have this new system in place now. Many more pileups? Why would there be more pileups if everyone starts on green now? Is it fixed setup? Bam! Fixed setup. Cool. Do I get the I-tested badge if I don't finish the race, or do I have to finish the race? I want the badge, but I don't want to drive for 30 minutes now.
Showing us the black flag. Too fast on pit road. They're going to hold you for a while.
I have the badge from a 3-hour testing session 2 years ago. They already had that 2 years ago. Why would they choose Watkins out of all tracks? You have to refuel for 1 lap or save 1 lap. Well, then you save 1 lap. I just pushed because I didn't care. Yeah, true. I don't want to push on Watkins. Pushing on Watkins is not fun though, so I just let it roll.
5,
I use the hard spring.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
Watkins is famous because it is famous. Yep. Is it famous though? In America, I guess. I was using the VRS pedals for the last 5 years, I think.
Move it, move it.
Hey, Leon. Good time for GTP. No idea. I don't think anyone is really setting a good time around here. So LMU with their new update, you have to go into the fast lane in the pits. I like that. I think that's good. I mean, you have to anyways, because you can't drive through cars in the working lane. Like there's contact in the working lane. But even if there's no car in the working lane, then you get a penalty when you drive in the working lane for too long. But now you have to go full out. That's cool. I like that, to be honest. I think that's good. What is the most hated track in this game? I don't think that exists. It's just personal preference all the time. Kota? Do you really think Kota is hated? I think Kota is a nice track, actually. Most hated track on iRacing. I mean, there's tracks people just simply don't like, but hate? The Bend, I feel like, is a track people just don't like. Similar to something like Adelaide. No one drives Adelaide, but not because they hate it, because it's just not, I don't know. Lime Rock. I think people hate Lime Rock or would not like Lime Rock because of driving it in the beginning all the time. I actually think Lime Rock is pretty cool. Oh, I hate the Bend. Like, there are a few Australian tracks that came out recently where I'm like, I don't know, it's like a karting track or so. Imagine GT3 in Lime Rock, absolute shit. Yeah, but I drove F4 at Lime Rock the other day. That was fun. That was good. Virginia, yeah. Virginia is also one of the tracks. I don't hate it, but I just don't like it. For me, tracks that I hate, like actually hate, is Watkins Glen and Laguna Seca. Those are tracks I don't know. I would never drive. If I can skip them, I will skip them. Oh yeah, Red Bull Ring they also destroyed now. I loved Red Bull Ring, but with the new curbs, they completely destroyed the track. Brands Hatch? You don't like Brands Hatch? I think Brands Hatch is a cool track. Did the loading times get a lot longer on iRacing recently? Yeah, so it's not only me, okay. But I feel like only since like a few days now. I think Paul Ricard is also a cool track. It's just a shame that there's too much tarmac everywhere, but Paul Ricard in general is a cool track, I think. Le Mans might be the worst track. You can't say that. Mexico, I think Mexico is fine. Any iRacing track that's not max wing is goated. Any iRacing track with lowest wing is trash. At least in GT3. Ooh, Yas Marina would be cool. I think Bahrain is probably one of my favorites that I'm really looking forward to on iRacing. Like every time on LMU, Bahrain is really, really good track. I know, I know, Yuri. I have usually with tracks and that kind of things, I have complete opposite taste of most people. Daytona and Le Mans are good. Daytona is only good for 1 week though. Le Mans is also nice. Belle Isle is sick. Good track. Yeah, but those are fine. There's minimum wing tracks where you spin out every single corner on iRacing as well. Or at least it used to be like that. Like what? What was it? Was it Monza? Oh yeah, Monza. Bruh. Monza was absolute trash with low wing setup on the GT3. Like you just couldn't drive the Lesmos. That was already like quite a while ago though. I love Monza. Wait, Monza is next week? Nah, we're gonna do Porsche Cup next week. Porsche Cup Barcelona next week. That's gonna be good. Cost you $18 for the tickets and WEC? That's nothing. Imola, actually Imola in sim racing I also don't like too much. In real life Imola was sick. I mean, that's perfect, Yuri. Finally I can talk to chat. This week I'm not talking to chat because I'm way too concentrated in driving. So next week, gonna be a week for chat. No, wait. Next week is Porsche Cup Ringmeister? Ooh, okay, we are in. We are so in. Maybe I'll do a mix. Bit of Barcelona, bit of Ringmeister. Nobody doing next IMSA? What do you mean? There's surely gonna be some people doing it, but probably not streamers then.
flag, checkered flag.
May USR survive this race. Okay, that's good. We're not starting first. That's nice. So we can see how that start works out now. It might be a lot more chaotic though. That can happen. No, without iRating. But yeah, I haven't seen anything yet of how these starts work. Like no streamer has done it, or at least I haven't watched anything, no YouTube video about it. So yeah, let's see. Actually, what about the speed? Like, who dictates the speed? Do you have something like where, like on LMU or so, you have to keep a certain speed? Ah, you have 3 pace cars. Ah, true, makes sense. Yeah. Okay. The difference is that you cannot just start at a random point. Everyone has the same start, and it's always, organized. It doesn't happen anymore that you can run into the LMP2s if you accelerate too early.
ATX_Roman subscribed.
Roman, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. Pit road is closed.
Nice.
Right now.
We have a safety car in
SOF
front.
is 3,271.
It's only SR, yeah. Because the car got 10 kilograms yesterday. So you have to put the car a bit higher with the ride height. The setups unfortunately are not updated yet, but they will be updated throughout today for sure. Hey Henry. This is not ranked, no. Can you speak German? No.
One lap to green.
9.
Protector 4. Car. Jetstar 4, car. Jetstar 4, car.
What else can I paint?
Jetstar 4, car.
Do you know when the others go racing? Probably not. You probably don't get to hear it.
Jetstar 4, car.
I have never raced in Pesk, so no.
Get ready, going green.
Yo, Joey. Save a little fuel? Oh yeah, true. That was not the best fuel saving lap.
Pace car is on, be ready. Clear on the left.
I like that system. But you can surely play some games. Like, let's say, same starting position, and I leave a little bit of a gap. And because the green flag will always come at almost the same point, right? Like you can expect when the green flag is about to be shown. So I leave a bit of space, drive like 2-3 kph faster, and then go on green, and then I should be able to overtake P1 and 2. Gaps will be punished, but how far? Like huge gaps, yeah. But not when it's like a normal gap, otherwise people will get penalties all over the place. But I mean, that's the same in real life. That's exactly what a lot of people are doing in real life. Just leave space, then drive like 2-3 kph faster before the green, and then you can overtake immediately afterwards. But yeah, the leader can still play a little bit with slowing down and going a little bit faster. Not too much, I guess, but at what point does the system realize that you have done a race start? Like, at what point do you get punished as the leader? Is there like a certain speed that you can't exceed, or how does, like, is there any information on how the system works? You can't exceed pace car speed until it goes green. Ah, that's not a lot. Because pace car speed also varies quite a lot, right? In the own rules it states if you are in the lead you're free to dictate, but that's the old, like from the old rules, no? Like, it's not the new rules anymore. Fuel safe mode on, yeah, I just don't want to push. I just want to chill. But yeah, I think the system can definitely be kind of abused now. I feel like there shouldn't be a green flag. Like, of course there should be a green flag eventually, but I think the starting procedures should still be exactly the same as it is now, just with the safety car dictating when eventually you can go, so you're not running into the LMP2s or running into the GTPs. Because the problem with the previous starting procedure, in my opinion, was that you were able to run into the class in front of you if you just didn't play it right, or maybe you're just unaware or so. Right now you have the pace car in front of you, and the pace car basically says, you can't speed up to the group in front like that. So just let everyone start the race just like we previously did, or just like the leading class did. That green dictates when you're allowed to actually overtake, but not give out penalties immediately when you like accelerate before green. Then P1 gets 1 second gap for free every time. But that's the whole point of getting P1. Like, I feel like getting P1 in qualifying should be rewarded. Like, right now, it doesn't matter if you get P1 or P2. Both are equally as good. And I think on a lot of tracks, actually, P3 is gonna be much better than P1 and P2 now. Depends on the track, of course, how long the straight afterwards is, but I think as SP3 you can make a lot of things happen now in the race, at the race start. So that's also how it works in real life in a lot of, well, it depends on the championship series, but in real life also P1 is oftentimes allowed to dictate when they want to start the race. I mean, in standing start, you don't give P1 a jump start, but in standing start, P1 starts in front of P2. Like you have your advantage by starting a few meters ahead. With the rolling start, you're starting completely side by side. So there's no advantage anymore. It's always been like this in IRL. Depends on this championship. Like there are some championships that say everyone has to start on green, but there are some championships that give the leader a corridor where he's allowed to start the race. So it depends on the rules. But yeah. I mean, I'm honestly fine with either. I just think now pole doesn't really mean anything anymore. Yeah, you would need, like, I don't know why they do these, like, why are they doing half-an-hour races? Just make the race 5 minutes and just do, like, I don't know, 5 races within an hour so you can test the start over and over again. Like, right now, no one wants to drive half an hour of a race for nothing. Like, we want to test the start. Like, iRacing wants to test the start. But why would I want to waste 2 hours of my life just to test 3 different starting procedures, or if they work? Like, I feel like iRacing devs are literally just sitting there like, how do we make this better? They have no idea, literally. Like, how can they all be so stupid? Ah, yeah, we are testing a starting procedure now. Something that is at the start of the race. Ah, but after the starting procedure, let's do a 24-hour race. Let's do a 24-hour race after the starting procedure so people can test the start. Yeah, good idea. The badge is worth something when you test it. Like, I'm not testing the start right now. I'm driving a half-an-hour race. I'm not testing anything. Like, just doing one race start is not testing anything. You would have to do 2, 3, 4 starts to actually test how it works. Like, I don't know how it works now after 1 start. I will also not know how it works after 2 starts. But why would there be SR-only races? For what reason? Why would you need to test that? For week 13? I don't know, you can test it in different ways. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the I tested is up for testing the start actually, and I don't know, no one here is actually testing the start. Everyone can just try it out one time, but then no one wants to spend an additional 2 hours in driving the same race over and over again for nothing. I can leave, yeah, but the next I tested is in 1 hour, half an hour or so. So me leaving doesn't allow me to join immediately into the next race. Don't try to defend iRacing. iRacing is stupid. They just don't know how to run, I don't know, how to test stuff properly. And we get to know this every single time they release an update. For physics or so, they have so many testers, but no one is testing actually anything, or they just don't want to listen, I don't know. There's no reason to defend iRacing. They've shown way too often that they are clueless. But it's not only iRacing, to be honest. It's insane how a lot of companies are just straight up stupid. I feel like no one is in charge of having IQ and making feasible decisions. Yeah, don't take it too serious. I mean, I also have a lot to do with Race Room. Like, I give Race Room a lot of tips. Like, for example, there's gonna be a big update on Race Room in the coming weeks. And like, I get to know some of their decisions that they take internally about, hey, how should the UI look like? And then I'm like sitting there like, bro, this is so easy. I write them a small wall of text and they're like, oh wait, this actually makes so much sense. How did 20 people working in this company every single day not think about this? Oh! And I'm sitting there like, I don't know, is it... I don't know, I don't even know how to explain that. It's ridiculous. Benchboard the same. Every single company, not even just sim racing, it's every single company. They're sitting there with hundreds of people getting paid for doing that. And you can make things easy with just like thinking about it for 1 second. Why don't you try building up one and keep running it then? Because I don't have the funds to make my own big company. I have my own company where I'm self-employed, but that one I'm running, yeah. But I'm not like a multi-millionaire where I can just boot up a company to make a racing game out of nothing. If you want to give me a few millions, then we can do that, yeah. But otherwise, that's not working out. No, we just need one racing game that's actually good. Why don't you just build your own race car then? And you wouldn't have to drive the sim. Yeah. True. Still 8 laps to go, man. Why am I doing this? It's so boring. But, we can complain about stupid people, which is also nice. Yeah, I have the same issue right now, Henry. Like, Okay. Like, there's just nothing interesting or exciting happening right now where I could make a nice video about. Maybe I make a rant video. I'm gonna upload this right here. I do believe that there are smart people working in companies. Like there's always very much smart people working in companies. But the not smart people, they just always outweigh the smart people, and then the smart people with the good decisions and the ones that they always say like, hey, this actually makes sense and this would be good. Then the not smart people, which are way more, then they say, nah, we're not doing that. And then the smart guy who actually knows how things work and how things would have to be run, yeah, he's just sitting there with the good ideas that never get to see the day of light. Light of day? Light of day. Always remember, they're a business first. Okay, yeah. Business first. I always say that as well with like games that come out way too early. Let's say AC Evo, for example. They always say business first, but they only think about short term. None of this is business first. Like AC Evo, for example, in my opinion, not business first. Release a game where the whole player base plays it for 5 days and then never again. Okay, you make money already now, or you release a game when it's actually ready. Okay, then you might have to. It's a bad example because obviously there's investors behind it and you at some point don't have money anymore, so you have to release it. But like, let's say GTA 6 would have been released last year in an early access in the game barely playable, or just playable that you're having fun for 2 days. Of course they make money right away, but then the player base is gone after 5 days. And the same is happening to ACC, the same has been happening to AC Evo now. Player base is gone now, and even if they make really fucking sick updates right now, yeah, some players might come back, but a lot of players will never come back. Because first impression always counts. So also that is not, has nothing to do with business. It's just, I don't know, stupid decisions oftentimes. Because just wait, release a sick-ass game that everyone tries for the first time and everyone says for the first time, man, this is sick, I'm gonna keep playing it. Then in the long run, you're always gonna make more business than in the short term, where then the money is immediately gone because you have a shit product. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, overtake on the inside, brother man. And then you can't even overtake on the inside. I mean, ACE was gonna get a shit ton of players once the open world is out and once the game is actually working, yeah. Let's say then they have maybe, let's just say they have 20,000 people then playing it. But imagine they released everything all together, working multiplayer, working open world. Well, then you don't have the 20,000 players, but then you have like double the amount of players. And you have this double amount of players for the rest of the life of the game. And in my opinion, eventually that will just make more money than releasing a year too early, taking that money at first, but then just not having the players and the business in the long term. Yeah, surely. It's a money thing, so you can't even complain about it because at the end of the day, it's the investors that say, hey, the game has to come out and we want to have money in return. And also they surely ran out of money to make the game, so they needed to release in order to make game and work on it further. So yeah, you're somehow caged in that way. It's unfortunately how it works everywhere nowadays. Because I do believe things could be much bigger if it were just released in a decent state. As I said, there is smart people working at iRacing, surely, otherwise they would not be where they are. But as I said before, there is too many people that are not smart, which then outweigh the smart people. And then a lot of the smart decisions never get to be done. But that's my plan. After I'm done with all of the sim racing and whatever, I said after I'm done esports and sim racing, then I might do something like that. I don't have an OK button, unfortunately. You will have to see the low fuel warning for the rest of the race. They will not change the track the entire week. It's been the same track so far. the entire week. Also stupid decision. Why not do at least a few different tracks to see, is the system working on every single track with different kind of starting zones, or yeah, just have it on one singular track. Or maybe they just only had Watkins ready coded for this kind of race start. Maybe they need to code every single track for it and only Watkins was ready. Yeah, Sam said that's what I complained about the whole race so far. Make the testing about the race start, but then put a 24-hour race afterwards, so you can actually test the start. Nice. Where did number 2 and 3 go to? They just disappeared this lap? Ah no, pits. They were just not showing up in my relative. I actually need to save a lot more. I thought I already have saved enough. Unless the GTP is gonna overtake. I have no idea where the GTP is though. Yeah, there's no GTP anywhere in sight. Oh yeah. Let's do a pit stop then. I think I just used way too much in the warm-up lap. I think I already burned like, I don't know, 5 liters in the warm-up lap or so. So is that gonna be unsafe release? That guy finished the race, so that's why he just parked it there. No, the start only works in this one singular series. I mean, who expects someone to exit the pit lane at the end of the race? So I would have also not thought about it. So, time for DTM prac. Oh, I saved my I rating. Could you imagine? And I even made some safety rating. It was actually fun. It's always fun to complain about people, so yeah. Exciting stuff. DTM. Let's see how many people are going to sign up this time. How many was it last time? Still have so many races to go, actually. I thought we were at the end of the season already, but we're only halfway through. 91, 106, 305. 95 only. 3.8k soft only last time around. Bruh. Okay. Oh wait, it's only half an hour now. This race took so long. It was Brands Hatch in rain? Ah, okay. In the rain as well. Wait, I didn't even check. It was +1 for him only. No. Even in yesterday's 6.3k soft race, he only got like 22 I rating. I would say so, Jan, yeah. It always works. Always makes life a bit more enjoyable when you can rant about stupid people. I actually have to test the pit entry and exit as well. There's probably going to be some crashes in the race when the pit stops happen. Wait, I might as well just change the stream title a bit. Plus, oh. Plus DTM race. So YouTube title updated, and Twitch as well. I mean, usually you don't have to test pit entries, but this pit entry here is its own racetrack. Hey Nifty, how are you? Rain on Oschersleben would be quite something. That's probably one of the hardest tracks I can imagine driving in the rain. Driving home from work or driving home from where? I hope you're not texting and driving. Oh, you're trying a sim rig, nice.
5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
From that GTP, that was a close one. This is practice, yep. You can always see which session I'm in on the top left, I believe it should say. Pit entry looks like a better track to race than the actual racetrack. It's a quite interesting pit entry, yeah. On Race Room I was hot lapping it, yeah. LMU doesn't have the track. Yeah, last Race Room race was here. So I should be well prepared in knowing where to drive on this track. It's quite different in iRacing. Not the track, because they're both laser scanned, so they're the same, but how you have to drive is so different. one more time pit entry and then we do laps. Yeah, okay, that's a good braking point.
Pit boxing 10. New fast lap for you. 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
By the way, I'm not signed up yet for the race, so if I forget to sign up, remind me before 12.
Clear.
Some corners you can go so wide, like here without an off track. Sometimes you immediately get an off track or even slow down. Okay, time to sign up for the race.
Let's make sure we rejoin safely. Car approaching, hold.
Really, with the MX-5, is Oschersleben free to play? I thought it was a bought track you had to pay for. How many signups do we have? Oh, I'm gonna check in a second. Actually, e-brake, BRB. Yep. Free track now, okay. It wasn't in the beginning? So I paid for nothing? I actually never drove Oschersleben, I think, properly. Alright, be right back. So. Oh. I feel like I could have done an IMSA race and I would have done exactly the same amount of practices now. But I tested race. So, let's actually do some practice. Go alone. This time also in DTM I have to remember to change tires. I mean, it depends what you want to do. Like, if you want to remain with just one monitor, then I would say, if you have the budget for it, get an ultra wide, or just get a triple screen 27-inch or so. I think 32 is somewhere in between. bit of useless, but you can also do 32 triple screen. That's what I used to have as well. But I mean, it's not bad. You can definitely just one 32-inch is also fine. It's not like you definitely need an ultra wide or you definitely need a triple screen. Just whatever your budget is and makes you happy. There's also for the monitors, there's no right or wrong. You just have to look at to what makes sense budget-wise. I'm surprised how many people actually like Oschersleben. Like, no one is driving it ever. Like on iRacing, it's always a dead week when you have Oschersleben, but I think a lot of people actually like the track. And it definitely is a cool track to drive. You have no room for triples. I mean, how much are you paying for that 32-inch? Because in my opinion, eventually you want to upgrade either for a triple screen or ultra wide. And if the ultra wide is not too much more expensive, you know, then I would go directly for the ultra wide instead of the 32. But yeah, it's all a matter of money in the end. And yeah, having the 32 is also totally fine. It's also what I had for a long time. Wait, 150 euros? Yeah, if you have that monitor for 150, then I think that's a good deal, in my opinion. Because for a really good ultra wide, you're paying like 1,000, I think. 104 signups only so far. Not that many. I think there's gonna be a few fast drivers.
Red War 2297 subscribed.
Red War, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I was at the end of the race, parked last race. Apologies, learn from my mistake. No problem. I said it on stream as well. I would have done the same because when I finish the race, I just park it anywhere. I don't expect anyone to be in the pits at that time. So all good. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Especially because it was a race for, you know, nothing anyways. But yeah, definitely something to always consider. Like also for me, it was like, you know, good to know that there's always the opportunity, like there's always the possibility of someone still being in the pits to finish the race. Hey Simfish. So how much faster is Johan gonna be? Probably like half a second easily. Yeah, this was his first lap for sure. So where I'm like still 2 seconds slower with that kind of lap, he's already, you know, doing that. Let's also go to quali, see how it goes. I usually wake up at like 8 a.m. Today I woke up at 7:15, I think. Any suggest if throttle are too easy to over input? Maybe less aggressive sensitivity or input linearity, or if you have the possibility, make your travel longer in the throttle pedal. Make the spring harder of your throttle pedal. There are a few options you can try. So let's see how close I can get to the time in qualifying. Probably gonna be completely off pace with the cold tires. Juri, drive you heute DTM? Okay, second lap it is. Okay, 3/10 of pace. That's actually acceptable against Johan so far. Actually take out 1 liter of that setup. Quali starts in 3 minutes. But here also on quali, I believe. No, we'll see. We'll see. Let's hope for a decent soft. At least 4K would be nice. I think 4K we should reach. Nine, Finley. Are you having a stroke, Finley? Well, 151 signups. That's not too bad. Not terrible. So I now have a cat on my lap. Or the loading times are so much worse since the update on Tuesday, I believe. Good luck, Johan. Yeah, you're gonna be easily up ahead anyways. It's gonna be boring race for you. That's a slowdown, man. That's insane. And barely just touched the white line. So, Cat has to leave, unfortunately. Say goodbye. So.
The officials are telling us they won't accept the way you're driving. Your laps won't count until you reset the car and...
Yeah. Ah, P2 would have been nice.
Check a flag, check a flag.
Close. Okay, I thought I would be further away from Johan though. So it's okay, it's okay. Should be a good fight for P2 though, I think. Because Johan in the race is surely gonna drive away, but should be a good fight against Mattia. Yeah, for being GTP main and then driving GT3 on such a difficult track, not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I liked it. I liked having so much grip though. I just hate iRacing in general when there's no grip, so the more grip, the better for me. It's mostly just ride height compensation. Maybe sometimes you can go a wing lower in qualifying to make it a bit more aggressive, but usually not here, for example. Here it's just about ride height. But honestly, I don't know. I haven't checked the setup. I just used the Go setup right from the batch. I didn't change anything, so whatever the Go setup has. Yeah. There were a few corners where I also could have maybe pushed a bit more, but whatever. You're gonna be fine, Johan. You're gonna be fine, more than fine. I honestly just hope I don't crash in the first 2 laps and into turn 1, and then I'm fine. DTM doesn't have Bob, so I guess it is the Ferrari at the moment, which is pretty good. Is Johan in the Ferrari? Not on the replay. Feeling is great. No, I'm quite happy with them so far. Jonas Hartmann. Is that the Vatican? Also not totally sure, to be honest. It is? Yeah. Polizei Hannover. Moin, moin. Are there normal rules for pit stop, or did they manage that you have to change tires? No. You do not have to change tires, but they changed the rules a bit. So the tires change very quickly, so everyone just takes them at the pit stop. But yeah, you need to refuel. That's the only thing that you... But there's nothing mandatory in the pits. Like, you can't just finish the race without going into the pits, but you will run out of fuel. But yeah, tires are not mandatory, but you take them since it's faster in the end. So let's not speed in the pits, otherwise we will get a ticket by Polizei Hannover.
One lap to green. Line up on the left side. Closed. Pit road is closed. The estimated SOF is 4,182. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
4.1k soft only. Not great. Ist aber lustig, ich habe euch schon öfters mal gesehen auf meiner Twitch-Timeline.
To go, next time by. Catch up, one, car.
Yeah, the outlap might be a bit slower, but for the rest of the race, you're just gonna be so much faster. Like on Spa, for example, the difference was quite huge. And also with that many corners here, you might get them up to temperature quite quickly. So yeah, I think it's quite necessary to take the tires.
Catch up, one, car. Catch up, one, car. Catch up, one, car.
Hoppa. It's a tire warming strategy now, I guess.
Catch up, one, car.
Mattia usually always drives pickup, yeah. I was actually surprised seeing him in GT3.
Catch up, one, car.
Johan is not warming up anymore now. What's the tactic? Okay, now he is again.
About to go green, stay focused. Green flag, green flag. Clear on the left. The next car's the leader. There's an incident behind. Car on your left. Still there. Still there. Clear on the left.
Holy, he's sending it here. That gravel, holy shit. But Johan is struggling. But yeah, it's gonna be a race for P2. Johan is already checked out. The easiest to drive is the Cayman GT4 maybe, so I would recommend that one usually to beginners.
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap, 21.753.
Man, this track leaves no room to relax. Yeah, but silence. Look at his I rating. Of course I have no chance. He has the I rating boost. I mean, you can clearly see the skill gap. Oh, look, the gap got smaller. not too shabby. Like if I concentrate, I can keep up.
Going up now to get to the end.
Alright, Jan. Enjoy lunch. See you later. There's no way this was a slowdown. Absolutely no way. I wasn't even close. Ah, race over. Nice. Boring. What?
Slow down and give up that time.
This is stupid. This is just beyond stupid.
Clear on the right.
I'm not even opening. I'm not even hitting the white line. I don't know. It's... But yeah, it's just instinct. Because on Race Room we do this all the time. Yeah, I don't know. Again, why would you put a slowdown there immediately? Put an off track. Why does it need a slowdown? Problem is, Johan just had a slowdown as well, so I would have been able to close up. Well, there was 2 laps of fuel saving now. Good. DTM is right now. And later at 8 PM. Who's putting that gravel there every single time? It's again only affecting me. GG's. Dirty ass also quite strong here. Last time you checked was 3 months ago then. Unlucky. Ben, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you had a good stream. No track ever, like there's no track ever that you can master completely and not improve at all anymore. There's always some small improvement you can find anywhere. That's the crazy thing. You can drive a track for a year straight, nothing else, and the more you drive, you will still find improvements. Track I master the most also depends on the game. On Rennsport, it was always Hockenheim. On iRacing, actually no idea. Probably not a single one. Spa, I've probably done the most laps, but I'm far from mastering Spa. Like not even close. The only ever track where I would say I mastered it was Hockenheim und Rennsport. Maybe on Race Room when I've done esports back in the days. I mastered a few tracks to get my championships, of course. But on iRacing, I feel like I'm far, far, far away from mastering anything here. Pick anyone? I can't just pick anyone. It needs to be real. You're asking a question, what track, and I'm telling you there's none that I've mastered yet on iRacing. It's also not about that someone else is going to be faster. It's about what you think you can get the maximum out of yourself. And I've had these experiences like a few times, especially on Race Room. But yeah, not on iRacing. Not so far. Johan stuck in traffic, quite a lot of traffic. That was my idea as well. Pit before I go into... no, he wasn't... no, yeah, Johan pitted. Pit before you get into the gaggle, that was my idea as well. Be cool if I could pass very quickly here. No, I'm gonna be held up. Come on, lift! What a bitch. He pitted, Johan pitted. He doesn't want to overtake all of these people, but he might also be in traffic now, so I don't know. I wanna try and continue driving for a bit until I get held up way too much. But I think even after the pits, you might be held up by a lot of people.
Boxing 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
I guess Mattia didn't change tires then. Because you definitely win time in the beginning for the first few laps. Yeah, nothing you can do with cold tires. Hoppa. But that's what I like. That's what I like about DTM with the cold tires after the pits. You can make things happen. If I maybe was able to hold him up for a bit longer, it would have maybe worked. Oh, he has a slowdown though. Or he's massively saving, I don't know. Come on, when are my tires up on temperature, man?
above the leader.
Go for it, Jan. There's not much more to see here anyways for this race. Lol, okay. But that's actually interesting. What happens if you do pit lane start for these kinds of races? Anyways, what happens if I do pit lane start in IMSA? Shouldn't I be way out in front of the GT3s? Okay, even if the GT3s leave so much space, then it still happens like that, okay. I don't know, sometimes I'm not even close and I get the off track. Maybe in the forums there's something about it. No idea. Oh, Johan just had a slowdown. Ooh, white flag already. Okay. Okay, 1 liter too much fuel, but that's fine. Well, it was even though not much has happened, it was actually a fun race. I really like the pit stop stuff. So if I defended a bit more crazy, I could have maybe kept him behind me a bit longer, and then yeah, maybe would have stayed. But yeah, if I didn't have all the slowdowns, I could have actually won that race. But yeah, Johan also got a bunch of slowdowns, so I guess it was even again. If it's 1 liter, then I stay in the pits for a bit longer. If I take out 1 liter at the pit stop, that means I have a shorter pit stop, which also gives saves me time on track. But yeah, that was I enjoyed it actually. Oschersleben is actually really fun to drive. Let's watch the start because the start was pretty good. GG's, Mattia. Yeah, I also thought he would maybe accelerate right out of the last corner, and then I timed it perfect with the green flag. I think Johan was kind of also a bit surprised that the green flag came so early, because he surely would have wanted to accelerate before green. Too much on the outside, there was too much dirt. That was it, pretty much. Ah yeah, wait, warm-up lap? I think it was not a spin. I think he warmed up his tires like that. Let's see. Ah, no, okay. That was definitely not on purpose. It was the typical Ferrari spin. Yes, you have to take tires, or you should take tires, definitely. I think Mattia... Did Mattia take tires? But let's check what happened to Johan after the pits. Probably nothing, but let's see. Even on my replay. Yeah, it's not on my replay. I really like the pedal, so I have nothing to complain about. There's two things I complain about. And you can see those blue things here. Those are annoying. I can take maybe this off because for the brake pedal it does nothing, this blue one. But here it dictates the pedal travel for the throttle. And when I put my heel there, my heel is on top of it, which feels very strange and weird. So that's what I really don't like about the pedals. Otherwise, they're great. In-game force feedback here. Oh wait, driver's view? Where's force feedback? Ah, here, force feedback. I take all 4 tires. The cover is not the problem. I want it to be gone because if I put a cover on top of them, then I still am too far away with my heel. Like I want my heel to be directly at the pedal. And right now, my heel is just restricted here. For the brake, I could actually take it off, but so we have IMSA. Do I save that? Do I need that? Let's save it. DTM, Porsche, Leben, Race 1. Like with shoes, okay, but imagine now someone is driving with socks, then I think it would hurt also quite a bit because this would just poke into your heel if you don't have a heel plate. They are not ideal, but I reported it to them already, or like I gave feedback. So when is next IMSA? Oh no, we have to wait a full hour for the next IMSA. Hey, Johan. There was so much slowdowns for the both of us, but GG's. It was more exciting than I thought it would be. I definitely liked the pit stop stuff. Yeah, yeah. But the pit stop stuff was very interesting. I like that you can maybe play with it a little bit, hold tires after the pits and stuff. You missed your pit box too. Okay, that's why you missed so much time. .53. Ah, okay. This is where I lost all the time. I tested event with GTP. Maybe. Another raid. Denise, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream as well. Got so many slowdowns before turn one. Same. I had like 4 slowdowns, I think. I think at least 4 slowdowns. was difficult. DTM in a crash involved. Not too good. My race was fine. I got a bunch of slowdowns, but otherwise okay. Fine, Stefan Vitus. Ah, wait, the Mercedes qualification is over. Can I still see it? Completed. Mercedes AMG. I haven't checked anymore. See all results. Bum, P9. Qualified for the AMG thing. No, I'm not gonna do pit lane start. Actually, I could make myself a quick snack so I can put my bread into the oven. How are the last IMSA races, by the way? Let's check. Results. Oof, no one was driving. Or? IMSA. Ah, no, okay. Quite a bunch were driving, actually. Corvette, Ferrari. Sven in the Corvette. Okay. Is it full wet? Luckily, I'm missing that one. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna turn on the oven. Oh. Okay, change of plans. We're gonna do the eye tested, at least the start. So we test with the GTP the start. And then I'm gonna go offline for a bit, go shopping, cook something, and then I'm gonna be back online later with maybe some IMSA going into DTM. I think that's a better plan than sitting here for 1.5 hours now waiting for the next IMSA race. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. So we do the eye tested now, just do the start, maybe 2-3 laps until my food is actually done. Yeah. And then I'm gonna be online again later, doing some IMSA, going into DTM. Moin, Jerome. Yeah, I'm just gonna test it. Gonna do some fun since I have nothing to do right now. And I can finally do a race with the GTP. Yeah, the starts are pretty good. Maybe I would still like it if the leader would be allowed to go before green in every single category, because then being in pole position actually means something. Because right now it doesn't mean anything if you're in pole position. But I think it's quite the fair system that we have right now, like that. This car does not feel like a GTP. It's just understeer, nothing else. Ah! Especially when you lock up and it's completely over. Rennsport is actually fun because it has grip. Here it's just understeer, as if you would be driving a Formula 1 car without a front wing. But yeah, on Rennsport it feels like you're driving one of those hill climb cars with, or time attack cars with extra big wings. But I think in real life they also don't have that much downforce actually. It locks up so easily. Maybe brake bias. I very much enjoy them, yeah. They're pretty much perfect. It took me a little bit to set them up correctly with the right spring, with the right rubber and stuff, but now I really like them. The travel, the softness, really good. You think they look grippy IRL? I feel like they don't look grippy at all in real life as well. But still definitely more grippy than in iRacing. They're a bit too loose, I think. But it's in general like that. Every single car in real life looks more grippy than on iRacing. iRacing is just way too hard to drive in general. Spring feather. Spring is the hard one, but with the hard spring, I have the bump rubber stop thingy from the soft spring, and then soft elastomer, and lowest hole. I have to make a post about that maybe on Discord or so. I have to update my settings anyways. I guess IRL, they're not always on the 100% limit, right? I wouldn't say. I mean, I was also not even close to the limit with the car, and it was just very difficult to drive. So I just think in real life the cars are much easier to drive in general. Every single car. Sim racing is just way too hard. They always try to make it hard, so it seems realistic, even though real life is actually easy. Fast German digger. We don't say digger here. I know every single German always says digger, but I absolutely hate that word. For me, it's just, I don't know. I don't know why people say digger in German all the time, but it's just the worst sounding word to me. It's like, I don't know. People who use that in their normal day-to-day life and say that after every single sentence, I'm questioning their, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Everyone says it. I just don't know why. I think it just sounds so dumb. Everyone who says that is just not educated. That's how I feel about it. I drove the M2 once in real life as well. Ah, Jerome is actually in the GTP, okay. Well then, time to crash him out. So he doesn't get the safety rating he wants. Noted, don't use Diggy IRL. Yeah, I feel like the pure driving aspect of iRacing is quite nice, of how you can kind of, you know, have to drive these cars and how the cars behave in general is quite good. It's just that the tires, I mean, at the end of the day, it's always tires. They need to kind of be more rigid. They need to handle a bit more load in general. Whether it be corner load or acceleration load or even braking load. I feel like they need to be a bit more up there. Get out of your split? How about you get out of my split? Then Valla, I don't know, like Valla is even worse. Why would you ever say that? Both of those words. Why would you ever say that? It makes no sense. It doesn't add anything to your sentence other than marking it as stupid. Maybe I'm also too old for this, like, I don't know. But it's exactly those people in my generation that started doing it in my age. It's so bad. Such bad vocabulary. It's not even vocabulary, it's just a stupid word that doesn't even exist. You find the handling in Race Room more realistic? Parts of it. Like, I would say how the tires behave is more realistic. But then again, on Race Room, for example, is missing a little bit of that suspension travel. How that works. That's what iRacing is doing really, really good. So like suspension travel and how the car behaves usually over curbs. It's also not perfect, of course. But that's what I say. Every sim has like positives, but also negatives, and there's no perfect sim at the moment. Not even close. Why is this GTP thing so difficult to drive? No front end, no rear end. Just give me grip. Nah, there's never gonna be 100%, surely not. But it would be nice to at least get close. Or closer. I mean, it's already close enough. Like, it's really close, actually. I make it seem worse than it actually is.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
So, I have to check on my bread. So it doesn't burn. Ugh. Yeah. Cancelled my iRacing subscription over LMU. For me, this is the gold standard at the moment. I get it. Like LMU offers quite a lot and is pretty good in my opinion as well. If Moritz reads this, he will wreck out lap 3. Accurate. Your girlfriend good as well in sim? She's actually decent. She has done the sim, I think, once or twice. And for doing it just one time, she was actually pretty decent. I've seen a lot worse. Seen a lot worse for people trying out the sim the first time. iRacing is really good in making a car feel like a car. I disagree. Very much. I think iRacing is the only sim that makes a car not feel like a car at all. If I jump into any other sim, I feel like, okay, I immediately know kind of how to drive and it feels natural to drive. On iRacing, it totally feels unnatural. So, at least to me. You ordered the first PC setup. Nice. So looking forward to seeing you soon on iRacing then. Or LMU or whatever it is.
One to go. Next time by, line up on the left side. Pit road is closed. The estimated SOF is 2,948. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
There are other sims that feel way more unnatural. I don't know. It's for me, how I judge that is always I go to another game, and when I'm immediately fast with a car and I can immediately feel what the car is doing, I'm like, okay, that feels natural to drive. Whereas on iRacing, I go to iRacing, I spin, I crash, I am super slow, understeer, oversteer the whole time, and I never actually know why exactly. And that for me is completely unnatural. Because if I go into any car in real life as well, I immediately know what I have to do. And a sim, in my opinion, has to do the same. And iRacing just doesn't do that because you see it every single time a streamer or anyone tries iRacing from coming from a different game. They are having such a hard time in getting used to it because it just feels unnatural. And you have to drive complete in an unnatural way. Like the driving that you have to do on iRacing is not natural. It's very artificial in a way.
One lap to green. Catching up 15 cars.
Is the driving in iRacing not the most realistic?
Catching up
Not for me,
15
at
cars.
least. Like, no. There are similarities, but then again, I could also not say the same about LMU or Race Room or so. There's none that like actually feels quite realistic. There's always a bit that feels off. But for me, iRacing is just in general the most unnatural. Once you're in it, it's fun to drive and it's fun to race and it's fun to be competitive in it. It just doesn't feel natural from the get-go. What's the most natural sim you've driven? I would say back when I raced LMU. I don't anymore know how the physics are in LMU now, but like let's say end of last year when I drove a lot of LMU, that for me was by far the most natural. You jumped into the game without any prior experience, without any idea prior, and I was able to drive the car how it is supposed to be driven, and it felt really good.
Catch up 15 car.
Why don't you do LMU streams checking the game now? I mean, I could check it out to see how it is, but it's just a waste of time for me right now because I would want to drive a bit more LMU, yeah, but it's just not working out because in the mornings when I'm usually streaming, there's no one driving LMU, so the LMU player base needs to be a bit bigger for me to actually be able to really drive it in the mornings. Did you move away from LMU because of driving standards? No. Driving standards on LMU are just exactly the same as in every other sim. I moved away because iRacing just has more to offer me right now. And for streaming, it's just better. What do I do later in the day? I mean, cooking,
Get
some
ready,
fitness,
going green.
and spending the time with the girlfriend. That's usually the end of my day.
The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. That's very clean. Stay focused. Line up on the left side.
How long is it green for? Is it gonna stay green forever until the last group is over the line? Ah, now it's gone. Oh. I should have tested something for this race start to maybe leave a bit of a gap and then close the gap. And
Car approaching home. Car approaching home.
anyways, it's time. But that's what I mean on iRacing. It's just you randomly just spin out. This is for me the unnatural feeling. Like usually you know when a car is about to spin on you, and on iRacing you never know. Doesn't matter the car, doesn't matter where you are. You never know if you're just gonna spin. No, it's the cold. The cold tires are fine because in real life, cold tires are much worse than this. Much worse. Like you cannot even imagine how cold tires are in real life. iRacing has a lot of grip compared to that. If you really drive out with cold tires. Depends on the particular tire we're talking about. I mean, yeah, of course. Like if you drive a tire, for example, that is already driven in, it is not completely fresh, and it's also not as big of a difference. But yeah, cold tires usually, like stone cold tires without tire warmers, are usually death in real life. Alrighty. That's it. As I said, I will take the time now to do a few chores and stuff. Yuri's life, actually. And then I'm going to be back later on for another streaming session. We do IMSA, maybe 1 or 2 races. I don't know how much time I have then. And then we go do a DTM race. So I'm actually looking forward to the DTM race. That was good fun. And I think with a bit of a better grid, might of course be tougher, but it also should be a bit more fun. So yeah, I'm gonna bring you guys over to, I think, Yuri. Probably gonna continue streaming, so yeah. Over to Yuri, and I hopefully see all of you later on for actually some IMSA races. I only did 1 or 2. Did I only do 1 IMSA race today? No, 2, I think. Right? No, might have only been 1. Anyways, later I'm gonna be back live again. See you. I just see this was 5.5 hours again. Like when you do IMSA, these streams feel like they're just, I don't know, 2 hours. That's it. But 5.5 hours already. That's usually a normal length stream for the day. But there's going to be a second one today. So, laters.